Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We will start the session in a few minutes.
Yeah, sure. Not a problem.
Uh, Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Let's begin with our session for today. So, we will start with a quick introduction about the agenda, about the webinar and the synergetics, and what we're going to do for today. Good morning, everyone. I am your host, Riya Dhakan, and my team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to use the chat box window. We are here to help. And the topic for today is designing and implementing a Microsoft Azure AI solution. About the ATC community, the Azure Tech community, this webinar is hosted by them, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI machine learning, open source development and development operations. Before we dive into today's session, let's take a moment to introduce Synergetics and Microsoft. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solution provider in India, offering specialized in training and consulting services. We empower business and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, development operations, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics. If you want to know more about the skilling journey, please connect with us. And those learning solutions are persona based onboarding, onboarding add on, certification add on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales pre sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. The journey begins with the fundamental certification, then the progresses to advanced role-based certification, and finally to the expert level certification. These are the Microsoft certification skilling journey. We also do run meetup communities, the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about the technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple of those which are in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, and Indore. Those who are interested to join this community, please log into the Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. And also, we are thrilled to have Mr. Sonu Satyadas, sir, as our today's speaker. He's a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. Now, quickly, let's talk about the agenda for today, which is Introduction to Azure AI Services, Developing Natural Language Processing Solutions, Designing Conversational AI Application, Integrating Azure Open AI Generative Capabilities, Deploying and Securing AI Solutions. So this is the 8 hours of learning plan, which includes 1 day of webinar, self-learning plan, mentoring and exam prep sessions, and knowledge assessment. If you want to know more, please connect with us. We are also providing a complimentary learning badge, which is the AI-102 learning badge, includes an overview of the module topics which are related to this webinar. You can also share these badges on your LinkedIn and Twitter profile. To get the badge activated, you just need to follow the certain steps and redeem the badges. Also, I'm sharing the learning achievement badge in the badge link in the chat box. You need to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Also, please note participants are not allowed to take the screenshot of the presentation and cannot share their screen recording. Uh, this is the Advantage India Skilling, an AI NSI initiative Microsoft aimed at empowering the future with AI skills at scale. It highlights the key focuses areas such as data and AI, Office 365 Copilot, GitHub Copilot, prompt engineering, and security. The initiative emphasizes the role of AI in skill development and digital transformation. Anyone who is interested to join this session, please connect with us. Anyone who wants to organize these exclusive sessions in your organization or college, please do let us know, as these sessions are absolutely free. Also, last but not the least, do follow us on the social media platforms to get relevant updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, certifications, training that we do. Also, I'll be sharing the link in the chat box. And that is it. Thank you for your attention and your time. And over to you, sir, now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone. Good morning. I hope I'm audible to all of you. Let me share my screen. I hope the screen is visible to all of you. So, this is develop AI solutions in Azure, that is AI-102 certification course. Myself, Sonu Satyadas, and I'm the Assistant Manager Technology at Synergetics with over 15 plus years of experience. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer delivering sessions on AI services, cloud, and DevOps. I'm also an AWS authorized instructor delivering sessions on the AWS certifications. So in this course, we will be focusing on the AI services offered by Microsoft. As you know, there are lots of changes happening in the AI ecosystems or AI uh, services. So the course is continuously updating. And now some of the new modules they have introduced, some of the modules they have reorganized in the AI 102. So if you want to know the complete Microsoft AI services ecosystem, you can go to the AI 102 certification. So this course is primarily hands-on based. There are different labs in each module, and these labs are self-descriptive, self-paced labs. You can read the instructions and execute on your own. The labs can be implemented using either C# language or Python. Yes, obviously you can implement the AI services in other languages also, but for the lab instructions, for completing this lab, the lab instructions are given in C# as well as in Python languages only. So in this course, you are not only understanding the AI services offered by Microsoft, but also you will understand how to create, deploy, consume, and integrate these services in your applications. So for that, we can use either the REST APIs or the SDKs, but most of the hands-ons will be using the SDK for integrating the AI services on the application, on the client applications. So these are the 5 different modules in the updated AI 102 certification. The first module is develop generative AI applications in Azure. And there are 5 labs included. And the second is developing the AI agents, because nowadays the agentic AI applications are more popular. We can build the agentic AI solutions using different languages and frameworks, including semantic kernel, autogen, langchain, Microsoft Azure AI Foundry, and so on. So, how to build these agents using the Microsoft Azure services will be covered in the second module. Third one is natural language solutions in Azure, which will talk about the speech, language, and text analysis services. In fourth module, that is develop computer vision solutions, we'll talk about the computer vision and the custom vision as well as the face API services primarily. And the final module is about the AI information extraction, which is primarily talking about the document intelligence service for extracting the text data from the documents using the custom as well as pre-built models. As you can see, there are 5 days for completing this course. So in each day, we will covering one module, and each module will have a minimum 5 labs. So you will see the hands-on practice will be more in each module. You are not only learning the theory, but also implementing them using these labs. So you can, as the coordinator said, you will be getting the Microsoft badge for this AI-102, which you can redeem and uh, add to your Microsoft profile. The course materials, like self-learning materials, are available in the Microsoft Learn website. I will be sharing the links later in the chat. You will be able to go and access each modules and their lab instructions, study materials in the Microsoft Learn website. So, since this is a certification course, every certification is adding value to your profile. So, certifications can give you more confidence and in you for not only just learning the concepts but also in implementing them in your projects or the products that you build. So Microsoft role-based and specialty certifications requires an annual renewal, means you have to renew this certification because since the technology is keep updating, you have to renew the certifications. So that's it, the introduction of this course and about me. So next we will learn the first module of this course. The first module of this course is develop generative AI apps in Azure. As you saw, this is a 5 days of course, and each module is covered in a single day. But here I'm not going into the very detailed concepts. So we have to cover all these modules, whatever modules possible, we have to touch upon all these modules. So we will not go into very detailed concepts and the lab implementations. But yes, we will start with the first module, that is developing generative AI apps in Azure. As you know, artificial intelligence is one of the hot topic today, and we are using various forms of artificial intelligence in our day-to-day life. Either we are using the traditional predictive models, or we are using a deep learning AI services, or we are using the generative AI solutions. In the predictive models, we typically use the simple machine learning models to predict or classify some data. But in the deep learning models or analysis models, we are analyzing the text, audio, image, kind of informations. So we categorize them as natural language services or vision services or information extraction services. So we can use this deep learning models to analyze the text or audio or images. For example, if I have a text content, I need to detect the language used in the text. So whether it is Arabic or Hindi or French or Spanish. So which language is used for that text? We need to identify the language. That is part of a text analysis service. Suppose if I have to translate the text from one language to another language, still we use an AI service to convert the text from one language or to translate the text from one language to another language. That is also a natural language service. Or suppose if you are getting a audio content, converting this audio into the text, that is speech to text, is also an AI capability. So in our day-to-day life, we are using these services in our mobile phones while using or while chatting with others. Instead of typing, we are uh, speaking using the keyboard microphone. So inside the keyboard, we have the microphone icons. When you press and start speaking, it will automatically write the text. That also not only supporting the English, but also supports other languages as well. And also, whenever we take a photo using the mobile camera, we can see there is a rectangular region is coming in the face. Suppose if you're capturing the photo of yourself, it means you're taking a selfie or you are taking somebody else's photo, you can see around the face, you will see a rectangular region. So that is detecting the position of the face. So it's a face detection capability. So from an image, it is able to detect the position of the face. So that is also an AI capability. That's why I said we are using various AI capabilities in our day-to-day life. It is also possible to extract the text informations from scanned documents. It's called information extraction. But now the most commonly used AI type or AI services are generative AI services, in which we can give the instructions in a text format. And the generative AI models, also called the large language models, can generate some contents for you. It may be the text content, it may be image, it may be audio, or it may be video, whatever it is. Suppose if I have to write an article, or I have to write a story, I have to write a poem, we can instruct the generative AI model something like, can you write a story for me? Or can you write a poem about the nature? Or can you write an article about the artificial intelligence? So the large language model is capable to generate that content for you. Not only the text content, as I mentioned, you can also generate the images. So you can simply instruct the model, draw an image of a lion standing on a rock, something like that. So you can tell the context or the theme of the image that you want to draw, and the generative AI model is capable to draw that image. Agents or agentic AI is an advanced form of generative AI where you can implement automation for various services and functionalities using these agents. Agents uses various tools to execute or to complete this workflow. Suppose if I have to build an application, whatever is required for building that application, you just need to give the instruction. Rest all the steps are executed by the agents. So it receive the instruction from the user and then invoke the appropriate tools to complete that operations. So these are the various artificial intelligence technologies that we use in our day-to-day life. But behind the scene, it's all start with the machine learning. So in our today's or this module, we will be focusing the generative AI. As I mentioned, Gen AI or generative AI is used for content generation using a large language model. A large language model is capable to receive the instructions from the user and generate a new content. And these models are advanced deep learning models, which are trained with a huge volume of data. These can be the public data available on internet so that the model can remember whatever informations you have trained, and you can ask the questions based on this trained data. Suppose if you ask a model about the India's independence or the French Revolution or something about the sports or games, so the model is capable to answer all these questions because all these large language models are trained with a high volume of data available on internet. And millions of parameters, the hyperparameters and the function parameters are used in training this model or for this model. So the models can produce very accurate results. So most of the modern large language models are designed or following the transformer architecture, which is one of the most commonly used architecture, deep learning architecture. But there are other architectures also like VAE, CNN, or GAN. There are many other architectures, but Most of the large language models uses the transformer architecture, but we also have the small language models which are trained on a small volume of data, and they are specifically used to implement the AI solutions on a specific domain. For example, if I have to implement an AI solution, generative AI solution for a particular industry or a domain only. So, suppose in a healthcare industry, I want to use a generative AI service. So, why I have to take a large language model which is trained with all the informations available on internet? Unnecessarily, why we have to use a very large sized model? Instead of that, our focus is to use a, language model which can produce informations which is required for the healthcare industry. So we need to train the model, or we need to build a model that can be used only for a particular industry or a domain instead of making it a very generic model. So such models we call as small language models or SLMs. So they are typically used in specific domains or industries. Input to these models takes the form of a prompt. So prompt means the input that we are providing to the large language models or small language models. So this input, typically that input will be a text content, but some of the models are capable of accepting the image also as input. The output contains the response. It can be the natural language, that is text contents, images, or code, or something else. So when you write a prompt, as I mentioned earlier, whatever instruction you are giving to the model, that instructions or that request, you can call as prompt. So when you talk about the prompt, primary concept is how to write a prompt, because the clarity of the prompt is clearly uh, affects the response. Because if you are not providing the instructions, or if you are not writing the prompt effectively, you will not get the responses, or you will not get the accurate responses. Yes, obviously you will get the response, but the response may be an irrelevant response or inaccurate response. So to get the accurate response or a relevant response, you have to write a uh, effective prompt. So for writing an effective prompt, you can include various uh, components inside a prompt. So the primary thing itself is a system prompt. A system prompt is typically used to guide the model, or we are giving instructions to the model how to behave. For example, suppose if I have uh, an application which I want to use in an education industry or in an educational application. So whenever the students ask a question, I want the model to respond as a teacher, because different people with a different persona is responding to the same question in different way. Suppose if you ask a question to a comedian, he will be answering this in a funny way. But the same question, if you ask to a police officer, he will be answering it in a different way. Same question, if you ask to a teacher, he or she will be explaining this in a different way. Similarly, if you ask the same question to a programmer, he will be answering this in a different way. So, how these questions need to be answered? What kind of response is expected that you can control by using the system prompt? Okay. So, suppose suppose you are using a generative AI model. For example, if you want, you can try this with simple chat GPT or some other services also. But what I'm going to do, I'll use the Microsoft Azure Open AI service. I have an Open AI model. So what is this tool and how it is working, how to use it, we'll explain later. So this is a simple chat playground where I'm using a GPT model to answer my questions. So for example, whenever I ask a question in this chat window, it is going to give the response. Okay, so I can start writing the prompt. But as you can see, this is the system instruction. So in the system instruction, I have given a generic instruction like you are an AI assistant that helps people to find the information. It's a generic instruction. So I'm going to ask a question, something like, can you tell me how far is moon from Earth? So if I ask this question, as you can see, this is the answer coming. And you can see it's a standard answer, right? But now what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask or I'm going to change the system message like you are a teacher or maybe you are a comedian who answers the questions of users in a funny way. So I am now changing the role of the AI model. I'm saying that you are now a comedian who is going to give the answers in a funny way. So let me save this. And I'm going to ask the same question again. Now you can see, look at the difference between the previous answer and this answer. Even though the output or the expected result is coming, that it is giving the actual distance is this, but you can see there is some funny information is added, like or this is just far enough that you can tell people you are emotionally unavailable and blame it on long distance, or as I call it, too far for a pizza delivery. See, it's a providing the answer, but it is including some funny information inside it, right? So that's the difference in configuring the system messages, because system messages can change the response format or response structure, right? So whenever you write a prompt, system prompt or system message is very, very important. User prompt is typically the, or user message is typically the instruction from the user. As I have asked, how far is moon? That is my user prompt. Completion or response, that is the content generated by the model. So for every question I am asking, the model is returning a response. It's typically or technically called as assistance message or AI message. Okay. So that means the response which is coming from the AI model. And also history. History is the previous conversations that is added to a list. Okay. So what is the importance of keeping the chat history is it will give more contextual informations to the conversation. Suppose whenever we ask the subsequent questions, if the history is not maintained, it cannot remember the previous conversation. So suppose in a chat virtual agent, you are asking the virtual assistant a lot of questions. Suppose if you are not maintaining the uh, conversation history, the assistant cannot remember what you were talking. For example, suppose if I go back to the same chat window and I'll reset this system message. So you can see I have reset the system message to the generic one. So here I am asking a question like who is the first president of USA? So I'm asking this question, and you can see the first president of United States was George Washington. And you can see the response is coming correctly, right? Now, here I can clear the chat, which means I can clear the chat history. So I'm clearing this chat history. Then I'm asking the subsequent question. Okay, now the history is cleared. Now I'm asking the second question. So where he is born and when. So you can see there is some filtering I have applied. 1 minute. So content filter is applied. Okay, I'll go back to the chat. Okay, so I'm just going to ask the same question. Let me see. Can you see it is saying, could you please clarify who you are asking about? Because it is not able to remember the previous question or previous conversation. So it is not understanding whom we are referring to using this he. Okay, so I'm asking where he is born and when. Okay, so it's not able to identify the uh, person. But now what I'm going to do, I'm going to maintain this conversation history. So I'm asking who is the host in of USA. So now you can see it is giving the answer. Now I'm not going to clear this previous question or previous conversation. Now I'm asking the question where he was born and when. Now you can see I am not mentioning the name of that person. I'm just referring he, but it is able to recollect. Okay, we were talking about George Washington, and This question is about George Washington only, and it is able to give the proper answer. So if I clear the previous conversation and ask the next question, it cannot answer the question properly. So it is very, very important to maintain the conversation history. So the previous question and the answers are added into a messages list. And whenever I ask a new question, it is keep adding into the messages list. Suppose programmatically, if you look at the code, suppose here, as you can see in the chat prompt, we will be keeping the system message as the first message. This is role equal to system, and this is the system message. The next question onwards, we can see this is the user question, who is the first president of USA, and this is the answer for that, right? And then we are keeping the next question and its answer. So like this is a array chat prompt. So it is an array which is maintaining the list of conversations. So every question and their answers are added into this list. So because we are sending the chat prompt as a message while making a request, it is remembering, or it will go through all the conversations and understand, okay, what we are talking about, and then provide the answers based on that, right? So that is the importance of history. That maintaining the chat history will give you additional context information for the follow-up prompt. So subsequent questions when you ask, it is very, very important to maintain the history. So now how we can use generative AI solutions inside our uh, applications. So for that, we have different generative AI models available, but in Microsoft Azure, we will primarily use the Microsoft Azure OpenAI or the other models available on the Azure platform. So how we will go and use this large language models in the Azure platform? So for that, we are getting a portal called the Azure AI Foundry. So Azure AI Foundry is a portal or a platform for developing the generative AI applications. So you can create the agents, you can deploy the generative AI models, you can test these models, you can fine tune these models, you can customize the models with the custom data using RAG. So there are different tasks you can do inside your AI Foundry portal, right? So the demo which I have showed you is also in the Azure AI Foundry portal. So Azure AI Foundry portal will help you to build generative AI applications, and you are able to go and create various types of projects. So you can create an Azure AI Foundry project where you can integrate the agents, the AI Foundry models, the other cognitive services like the vision service or language service, speech service, etc. Or you can create a hub-based project. Suppose if you are building an enterprise grade application, you may have to build multiple AI solutions as part of the project. So in such case, you can create a hub. So because a hub is going to give you some common resources which can be used in multiple projects. For example, a compute. A compute is providing the compute instance or virtual machine for running or testing your AI solutions. So this compute we can create as a common resource in AI Hub, And inside the AI hub, you will be able to create a multiple projects. And each project can use the common resources created as part of the hub. So either you can create this resources, means the models, and consume these models and test these models independently without creating the hub, or you can create a hub and project concept, means you can create a hub. Inside the hub, you will be able to consume, or you will be able to use the projects. So inside this Foundry portal, you can create and manage hubs and projects, manage service connections. Means if I have to connect to some other services, like I want to connect to the search service, I want to connect to the key vault, I want to connect to the storage account, or I want to connect to some external services, all you can manage using the Azure AI Foundry. Integrate AI services means you can integrate the AI services inside your client applications. Choose and deploy the models. Suppose if I have to deploy a large language model, you can select the model that you want. It may be a OpenAI model, it may be a Microsoft model, or it may be a Meta model, or it may be some other model. So you can see different models inside the model catalog, and you can select and deploy the appropriate model. Test the models in interactive playgrounds. So one chat playground I have already showed you, like how we can simply test the conversation. Manage data and indexes. Suppose inside your applications, if you are using some custom data, then you can manage this data and the vector indexes. Fine tune the models. If you have to retrain the model with your own custom data, means fine tuning you can do with the portal. Create the prompt flow, means you have, if you have to create a generative AI applications with a low code, no code solution, you can use a prompt flow. Evaluate models and prompt flow. So you can evaluate various models and evaluate the prompt flow. Apply content safety. So content safety is typically used to ensure the content moderation is applied on the prompt and the responses. So whenever you make a request or whenever you receive a response, it is the content is safe. It does not contains any violence, self-harm, sexual contents, and also there is no injection attacks in the prompt. So you will be ensuring all these with the content safety service. So we will get a default content safety protection, but it is possible that you can customize it or create your own content safety filter. Create AI agents. As I said, you can also create the agents for your agentic AI applications using the Azure AI Foundry, and also edit and test the code. So you can try out sample code inside the Azure AI Foundry. So for building the generative AI applications, what are the different steps and tools required? All you can do with the Azure AI Foundry portal. If you look at this browser, currently we are inside the Azure AI Foundry. But what I did is I have launched the AI Foundry portal from the Azure OpenAI resource. So here you can see inside the Azure, I have created one Azure OpenAI resource, and from here I have navigated to the AI Foundry portal. For that, or because of that, you can see this is the AI Foundry portal. which is only available for the open AI models. And you can see the difference. On the left side, you will see the options like the home is the first one, then model catalog, chat, assistance, video, audio, images, completions, then fine tuning, OpenAI evaluation, stored completions, batch jobs, monitoring, deployment, so and so. And the last option is the vector store. Okay. So this is because this AI Foundry portal is currently used only for the OpenAI. Okay. But if I go to this ai.azure.com directly without or without using this OpenAI, look at that. I'm just going to this. I'm not going to this again. Okay, let me take this. It's automatically navigating to this URL. Okay, let me click on this. Now, if you see this Azure AI Foundry, where I'm not going to use the open AI resource, here we can go and create some hub and projects. So if you click on this, it will ask you to create a AI Foundry resource, or you can create a hub resource. So in AI Foundry resource, you will be able to directly go and uh, create the projects and resources. But hub resource means, as I mentioned, you need to create a hub first. Inside the hub, you will be able to create multiple projects. So I'm just creating an AI Foundry resource. Next, here you can specify the name. Like the project, you can specify directly. Suppose my Foundry project. That's a name. So there's a project name. And what is a AI Foundry resource? So that is the default name coming. I'm not changing that. Resource group, if you want, you can create a new resource group, or you can select an existing resource group. So I'm selecting an existing resource group. Otherwise, you can create your own new resource group. Maybe I'll give a different one. Let me give it as Foundry group. A region, you can select whatever is the region you want. East US, West US, Central India, whatever it is. Let's keep East US to create. It's now setting up the project. So you can navigate to the AI Foundry either from the Open AI resource, which is deployed in the Azure portal, or you can directly navigate to the ai.azure.com and start creating a new project, or you can start creating a hub project. This is still creating. As it is shown, it may take few minutes to create the project. Mm, yeah. I request all of you to be on mute. So if you go to the Azure AI Foundry, which is used only for the Azure OpenAI, the first difference you can see is inside this model catalog, you will see only this OpenAI models. As you can see, this is a model catalog. So in this catalog, you will see only this OpenAI models. You can see all these are OpenAI's models. But if you go to the AI Foundry project, you can deploy any models, not only this OpenAI models, but this is only for the OpenAI, Azure OpenAI, because this AI Foundry is currently using a particular OpenAI resource. So it is only providing the OpenAI related services. That's the reason in the model catalog, we are able to see only the OpenAI models. Yeah. Now you can see this AI Foundry is different from the previous AI Foundry. So here you can see the title itself, AI Foundry, then a pipe symbol, and then Azure OpenAI. But here that Azure OpenAI is not there. And also you can see this is starting with a home and then followed by the model catalog, chat, assistance, video, etc. But this AI Foundry, as you see here, overview, model catalog, playgrounds, agents, templates, fine tuning, tracing, etc., etc. And coming, and at the end, you can see the management center. But here you can see it's not here. So the reason is AI Foundry is or AI Foundry can be used only for the OpenAI resources for creating and managing the OpenAI resources. In that case, it is only providing the functionalities related to the OpenAI. But if you directly navigate to the ai.azure.com AI Foundry portal, you need to create a project, and that project is capable to use different models and other services, like you can build the agents, okay, templates, fine tuning can be done. All can be done inside this project. So if you go to the models catalog also, you can see it is capable or it is showing all the models, not only the OpenAI models, you can see the Mistral model 5.4. You can also see the Llama model. You can also see the Grok, DeepSeek. So there are different other models also visible here. It's not only the OpenAI models. Even OpenAI also visible, but it's not only the OpenAI model. So suppose if I have to use a Mistral model, you can select the Mistral model and deploy this. And also you can see this icon is for the benchmark comparisons. So you will be able to see various models, and you can see the models in leaderboard. So who is like in quality, O3 is the better one, then O4 mini, then DeepSeek. For safety, 5.4, then O3 and O1. Then cost-wise, Mistral is the better one or cheapest. Throughput-wise, Llama is the best. So you can see different models you can see and their comparisons you can see in this portal, right? And playground, you can see the chat playground, video playground, images playground, audio playground, speech playground, language playground, translator playground, assistance playground. So various playgrounds also you will be able to see in the playgrounds section. So chat playground, if you try, this is exactly same as the playground that we saw here in the chat playground. So same functionality you will be able to get here also. Okay, we don't have a deployment. So if I have to deploy a model, maybe of GPT 4.1. Okay, that I'll show later deployment and maybe have to discuss about. So understand that Azure AI Foundry portal is typically used to build and deploy the generative AI solutions. But yes, depends on what kind of resource that you are consuming. Are you using only the OpenAI? Then you will get a different set of options or menu options in the AI Foundry portal. But if you are planning to use an AI Foundry project or a hub and project concept, you will get a different set of options which allow you to work with the various other models. Okay, and more other options also available in the AI Foundry portal. So I have already demonstrated how to create the Azure AI Foundry portal. Now, if I have to start using these models, like I have to use an OpenAI model or some other models, we have to first deploy a model in our Azure AI Foundry. In this model catalog, as I have showed you, this model catalog is a repository where you can see various generative AI models. It's not only containing the OpenAI models. Okay, it also contains other models. So it's not only the OpenAI or Microsoft models. You can also see the third-party models from Mistral, NVIDIA, Meta, Cohere, and others. So you can see various models there and you have to choose an appropriate model based on different parameters. So based on your use case, based on your requirements, you have to select an appropriate model. So there are different parameters you can consider like vendor and license. So some of the models, if you use, there should be some licensing issues. So that you have to consider. So which vendor and what kind of licensing is required. Second is size and cost. Suppose if you are planning to use the uh, language model only for a specific industry and you want to customize it, then it's better to use some small language models from that. So size and the cost is also a factor in selecting the model. Performance metrics. Suppose if you are expecting the responses to be faster, then you have to go and select a model which can give the faster response. Deployment options, which means if you consider the Azure OpenAI models, you can directly deploy inside the Azure itself. You don't need to worry about where it is deployed. It is deployed inside the Azure into some compute. You don't need to create any VM or app service or Kubernetes service for hosting the model. It's not required. But some other models, when you deploy, you have to specify the compute also. Means you have to select a virtual machine and say that, okay, deploy this model inside this virtual machine. That means where the model is getting deployed. And are they going to run in a serverless model or in a provisioned compute model? So you have to specify the deployment options and also the regional availability. Not every model is available in every region. So some models may not be available in some regions. For example, if I'm looking for a GPT 4.1 turbo model or GPT O3 model. So which may not be available in the India regions like the South India, Central India, and West India. So if I have to use that model only, then you may have to go and select a different region. So I don't know which models available in which region, but still I'm saying some models may not be available in some regions. In that scenario, you have to select an appropriate region. Also, you can compare the models based on different model benchmark parameters. So some of the metrics which we typically use is quality index, accuracy, cost, coherence, fluency, GPT similarity, groundedness, relevance, and latency. So you can always see the comparison or you can compare these models in the AI Foundry portal. As you can see, this, suppose if I have to use this model, DeepSeek, you can see the parameters and licensing of this model. Okay, as you can see, the parameters of this benchmarking, as you see. As I mentioned, you can also go and see the leaderboard where the models, which of the models are in the top ranks. So you can see. So there are different parameters like a question answering. O3 is better. General knowledge, MAIDSR1. And second is O3. Math, O4 mini. Groundedness, O1. Information retrieval. Then text embeddings, that is embeddings models. Text embeddings, 3 large is better. This is Cohere embedding model. So you can see the comparison of various models here. So model deployment options, I have already said, whenever you select a model, you need to also think about how it is deployed or where it is deployed. To use a model, you must deploy it to an endpoint. Okay. So if you look at this open AI models, if you are deploying, so supported models, Azure OpenAI models are supported, and hosting service is Azure OpenAI, and there is no deployment cost. That means you don't need to pay anything for the deployment. Means there is no VMs need to be created. There is no app service need to be created. So that means you don't need to pay anything for the deployment. But the cost for consuming the models are there. That means inferencing cost is there. That is token based billing. How many tokens that you are consuming? Tokens means simply the token means a word inside the prompt or completion. So how many words or how many tokens that you are consuming based on that, you have to pay in case of the Azure OpenAI models. Azure AI Foundry models, like Azure OpenAI models, models as a service. Okay. So the hosting option is Azure AI services. That means it is inside the Azure AI services where you don't need to go and specify the deployment. So you don't need, there is no deployment cost. And billing is based on the token, same like this. Serverless compute. If you are selecting the models, there are options to deploy the model as a serverless deployment option. Then supported models, some of the models are available as a service, like a PaaS deployment options are available. And hosting is inside a project. It means you have to create a project, and inside the project, you will be deploying them. And you have to pay for the deployment also, means the compute environment also. Okay. And also for the usage. So in case of serverless model, a minimal cost is required for the compute which is used and also the usage. That is a token based billing. But if you are using a managed compute, which means if you are creating your own compute inside the Azure, like maybe you are creating a VM or AKS kind of things, and you are deploying the models inside that, then you don't need to pay anything for the consumption. That means inferencing cost is not there, but you have to pay for the compute that is charged per minute for the compute because you are using your own VM to host the models. So it depends on which type of model you consume. For example, if I go and deploy the OpenAI model, let me go and select the OpenAI model, like it's GPT 4.1. This is an OpenAI model. If I select this, okay, this is deployed in East US location, and I don't need to go and specify any compute. I can simply specify the deployment name. Deployment type is global standard. So I don't need to specify anything else, just deploy. So I am deploying a new instance of the GPT 4.1. Okay. So I have not specified any compute or any deployment options here. But if you select some other models, maybe let me check with the DeepSeek. Okay. So can you see it is asking for the terms and conditions and licensing? So this is also deployed inside this only. Let me select a different model. It's a Llama model. Is deployed inside this. There are some models which is going to ask you whether you want to deploy it as serverless or you are going to use any compute. This is an embeddings model. So this deployment standard is supported for all. Deployment standard. Okay, so here there is no quota available. So here you can see I'm trying to deploy this using a provisioned throughput, but I don't have any quota in my subscription to deploy this. I may have to go and make a request. Yeah, I have to go and make a request for increasing the quota. So some models, when we deploy, you can specify the deployment type. So Llama model also, I think, supporting different deployment options. No, it's just global deployment only. So some of the models, when you select, it will allow you to deploy with a particular deployment type. So you will be able to go and deploy it with a your own compute, means create a VM or you can use a serverless. So it depends on what is the compute or what is the deployment type you select. Accordingly, the cost is also changing. Suppose if you are using a managed compute, which means if you are using a VM for hosting this model, then you are already paying for the VM, and but you don't need to pay for the model usage. That's why charged per minute for the deployment, that is for the compute, but for the model usage, there is no cost. But if you're deploying it like a serverless compute option, some minimal cost is for the compute and um, cost is involved for the usage, that is the token usage. But the OpenAI and other AI Foundry models, you don't need to worry about the deployment cost because the standard deployment is taken care by the Azure. You don't need to explicitly create any compute for that. And once you have deployed the models, you can start using these models using the chat playground. Means you can test them using the chat playground. For example, you can go to the chat playground. Inside this chat playground, you will be able to go and see the models deployed inside your account. So this is there are two two models or large language models for the text generation available. So I can use either the GPT 4.1 and I can make a query. Similarly, I can also use this model and I can ask the query here. So I can ask the question like there'll be a short story about uh, a monkey. So like this, you can use any model. So here you can either use the Llama model or the GPT models, which is deployed. So in my case, I have two models deployed. So it is so slow. Still, sorry, deployment is this. Inside this portal, it's not giving any response. Showing that the model is in use. Must be some problem. While consuming it is saying it is let's try with the GPT model. A GPT model is immediately giving the response. Let's try with some other models then. Let's try this. Okay, this is giving the response. There's something wrong with the Llama model. Okay, there is something. Purchase has failed. Okay, it's a paid one. So licensing is applied. So there is no payment option available. Okay, let's leave it. So anyway, we have deployed a couple of models here, and you can see this GPT and the DeepSeek is providing the responses properly. This Llama also should give a response, but I don't know why it is hanging. So it's running in the background, but not giving the response. So there is something wrong with that. But anyway, this is how we deploy the models, and we can test them using this playground. Now, the question is, suppose these models like the GPT model or the DeepSeek model or the Llama models, they are pre-trained models. So what is the limitation of this pre-trained model is they always provide the outdated information. Outdated information means like if you see GPT model is last trained or it is trained with the information which is available till a particular date. I think if I'm not wrong, it is 2024 June or 2024 September or maybe 2023 October, something like that. I'm not sure about which is the correct date. So till that date, what are the informations available on internet, only that is uh, used to train this model. Okay, Llama is now providing the response. Took some time. Okay, anyway. So if you see, these models are pre-trained models, and these models always provide some outdated information, which means if I ask a question about the latest information, there may be something happened yesterday, and I'm asking the model, can you tell me what is that incident? It cannot answer that question because models are trained with a some old data which is available, which was available on internet. Okay, so one limitation we can say about the Gen AI models is it is not up to date. Second is these models cannot answer any questions specific to a particular organization or a particular person or a particular domain. Okay, for example, if I ask a question about myself, okay, can you tell me about Sonu? Okay, so there are multiple Sonus available in that public internet, or they are celebrities because their informations are available in internet. So are you referring to any one of these? That's a question because it is not able to identify about whom we are asking. Or if I ask another question, can you tell me about the employees' salary policy in synergetics? Suppose if I ask a question that what is the employee's salary policy in synergetics, as you can see, it is not able to go and provide a specific information. So uh, uh, the specific information about that particular organization cannot be provided. So this is, I think this is some other synergetics. Okay, without specifying which synergetics you mean. So it's don't know whether it is synergetics India or synergetics USA, synergetics some other. So which is which synergetics you are referring to? It is just giving some general information. This is a general salary policy information. So it is providing some general informations or public informations available on internet, but it cannot give a answer specific to a particular person, a particular organization. So if it cannot provide provide information specific to organization, specific to a person, then how we can use them inside our chatbots? So for that, we have to customize our models. So customizing these models means we have to either retrain these models or we have to attach some external data source to these models so that the model can fetch the informations and provide the response. So how we will customize these models or how we can customize the response. So typically the models are responding in a particular way, but how we can customize the traditional approach or the traditional way of answering. Okay, so either we have to retrain the model, or we have to provide a custom data source, or we have to explicitly instruct the model. Okay, you have to answer like this. So what are the different options for customizing those models and their response that is mentioned here? So for that, we have different approaches. Either we can use prompt engineering. Prompt engineering means by providing the system messages specifying the tones and examples and history, we can explicitly tell the model, okay, you have to answer like this, not like that. Okay, so we are telling the model, okay, do not use your traditional way of answering. You have to now answer in this way. This is how we instruct the model using the prompt engineering. This is one simple approach. Okay. Second approach for customizing the model's response and performance is fine tuning, which means we provide some additional data to the model and retrain the model. We retrain the model with some additional data and creates a new model. Means we can say it's an upgraded version of the model. So that upgraded version of the model is able to provide some more accurate and relevant information. But fine tuning is more complicated because we have to prepare the data set. We have to have the compute required for the training purpose. And the training is very costly purpose because it takes time and effort to do the fine tuning. The another way of customizing this model is the RAG, retrieval augmented generation, which means instead of retraining the model, we provide some relevant informations to the model as a context data. So using the context data, we can tell the model, okay, now you can generate the answers based on the provided information. So we are not retraining the model. Instead of that, we are telling the model, okay, now you can go and generate the answers based on this data. So all the questions will be answered based on the given data. Okay. So that in that case, there is no retraining, but it is much faster in implementation size. Okay, compared to the fine tuning, this RAG is much faster to implement. But in some cases, we use the combination of all, like a prompt engineering, we will use RAG, we will use, and a fine tuning also we will use. Because fine tuning we cannot do every time. Because in every day, every month, every week, we cannot do the fine tuning because it is very costly and time consuming. But RAG is very easy to implement, but performance compared to the fine tuning, it will be less. So some data we can fine tune and rest of the data we will implement by RAG. Okay. And for getting the answers in a particular format, we use prompt engineering. So we can combine prompt engineering, RAG, and fine tuning in our applications. It's possible. So the different approaches for customizing the model's performance or customizing the model's responses is first approach and simplest approach is the prompt engineering. Second approach is fine tuning, where you will retrain the model. And third approach is RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation, where you can provide some context data and ask the model to answer based on that context data. And it is also possible that we can combine all these three to uh, get more faster and relevant response. So that's it in this section. So now we'll take a small break, 10 minutes break. Uh, so you can have a tea or coffee. And if you have any questions, you can post your questions also in the chat. I will try to answer those questions. So now we will take a small break for 10-15 minutes and we'll continue after that. Hello, everyone. All are back. Please respond. Okay. What about others? Okay. So I can see people are back. So we will continue. Okay, so let's move to the next. Next, we will talk about one of the concept that we have discussed, that is RAG. So RAG is an approach for customizing your AI responses with your own custom data, which means whenever you ask a question to the LLM model or the SLM, it is going to give a response based on the pre-trained knowledge. But if the model is not aware about a particular topic, it may give you an incorrect or irrelevant answer. But we cannot use that irrelevant answers in our applications. We cannot present this output to our customer. For example, if you are building a chatbot for answering the questions of the employees in your organization, suppose if you have a query about the salary increment or a query about the reimbursement policy. So typically what you do is you will write a mail to the HR admin or HR person, and you will wait for their response mail, right? So that will delay a lot of operations or a lot of tasks. So to speed up this process, company has decided to implement a chatbot. So if you have any queries about the company's policies, like, okay, suppose you have traveled outside. Now the question is, okay, how I can reimburse this amount? Which of the bills are accepted? Which of the bills are not accepted? What is the maximum reimbursement claim amount? So you have some questions. So if I have to ask these questions, or if you have to get the answers for this questions, if you write this to HR, then you have to wait for the response. But instead of that, your company has already implemented a chatbot. You can ask these questions to a chatbot, and chatbot use the generative AI models to generate the answers for the questions. But the problem is the generative AI model may not be aware about your company. It may not be aware about the policies of the company, because I said only publicly available data, public internet data is only used for training the model. Organization specific, person specific informations are not used for the training purpose. So if you, for example, I'm working in Synergetics and I'm traveling outside for a company purpose, for an on-site work. And I have some questions, like I have spent some money on so and so title. So I just want to know whether these amounts will be reimbursed or not. So I can open the chatbot in Synergetics website and or Synergetics employees portal and ask the question. Okay, so I have traveled in this locations for the company's purpose, and I have used this facilities. Okay, and I have paid from my pocket. Can I reimburse this amount? So this is a question I am asking. So what I am expecting is the chat AI or chat agent will use the generative AI model. It may be GPT or Llama or DeepSeek or whatever it is, and generate an answer or provide an answer. But I don't want a generic answer. I want what are the policies followed by Synergetics. That answer I need, right? But unfortunately, Synergetics employee policy is not publicly available on internet. It's not a public data, right? So it's only within the organization only. So if it is not a public data, then how the large language model can provide an answer based on that? So we have to provide our own custom data as a data source to the LLM. That is called a RAG. So we will ask the large language model to retrieve the relevant informations from the given data and generate the answers based on that. That is augmented generation. Retrieval means we have this information stored somewhere in a database. Okay, I have stored my employee policies inside a database. Now I am expecting my application, not the LLM, my application, that is the agent virtual assistant application, connect to the database, find the matching informations. Suppose if my question is about reimbursement policy for outside traveling. So go to the database and search the matching informations about the reimbursement of outside traveling or reimbursement of outside traveling expenses and provide this informations to the large language model and ask the model, okay, now I have given you the relevant informations. Can you now generate the answer from this information? Okay, so that approach is called RAG. So in RAG, typically when the model is answering the questions, this will be an ungrounded data. Ungrounded means there is no grounding information. It will just generate some information from the pre-trained knowledge. It may be a hallucinated data. It may be an incorrect data. It is just simply provide the answer. Okay, so that means all the answers are generated based on the training data. So if the training data does not contains this information, it cannot provide a proper answer. So we will say, okay, it is an ungrounded answer. But grounded answer means along with the training data, we also provide some custom data. This is our own data. And whenever the user asks a question, we are expecting our application is connecting to the database. Okay. And find the matching answers and generate the answers based on this matching search results. So do not use pre-trained knowledge for generating the answer. Yes, pre-trained knowledge can be used to format the data or structure the data, but do not generate the answers from the pre-trained knowledge. Generate the answers based on the custom data which is provided. Okay, that is the RAG approach. Okay, so in RAG, how you will do is we will be providing a user query. Okay, and that user query is vectorized. Vectorized means we will convert that text query into a numeric vector. That numeric vector is used to search inside a database and find the matching answers. So how the vector query is searched inside the database and find the matching answer? Because this database already contains the vectorized informations from a particular data source, maybe from a database or from a PDF document or some other sources. We store all the relevant informations inside this database. Now, this database is containing the vector format of the actual data. Now, when the user is asking a question, we will convert the question also into a vector. Vector means numeric format, and do a search, similarity search or semantic search. So semantic search means based on the meaning of the question, it will make a search and it will find some matching answers. Okay, maybe one or more matching answers will come. So those matching answers will be returned from the database. That matching answers will be added to our query and sent to the large language model. So not only our query, but also the search result is also sent to the large language model. Now the model is able to generate the response based on our data. Okay. So if you look into the RAG architecture, you can search on internet for the RAG architecture. Okay, this is a simple diagram. So if you look at this, we can use the Azure AI search as a vector database. So what we do first is our custom data is stored in maybe in a file or in a relational database or in a NoSQL database. From the external data sources, we will convert the data into the vector data and store this vector data into the AI search. Or not only AI search, you can use any vector database. So AI search is a Microsoft product. Okay. So you store the data inside this. Now, whenever the user asks a question using the client application, the question will go to the search service and the search service will return the matching answers. Now, those matching answers and the user query is sent to the OpenAI service, and the OpenAI service is going to give the answer for that. Okay. So if you need more detailed diagrams, you can. Hmm, okay, I think this is also fine. Okay, let me check. So this picture also you can see whenever we implement a RAG concept, we need to first prepare a vector database. So what is a vector database? It is a database which is storing the embeddings data or our custom data in a vector format. So for that, first the AI engineer is taking our custom data. This is the client data or custom data. This may be inside a PDF, inside a database, or inside some other location. We takes this data process the data, which means we will split the data into small pieces called chunks, and then generate the embeddings of these chunks. So generating the embeddings means convert that text data into a numeric data. For that, we use the embeddings model. Okay. So the data is passed to the embeddings model, and embeddings model is converting that data into numeric vector or embeddings format. That embeddings data is then stored inside a vector database. Okay. So this vector database is now containing the vector representation of the text data. Now, whenever the user asks a query, the generative AI application, so this is your virtual assistant or chat assistant, it is send this query to the vector database and find the matching answers. Okay. So it returns the matching answers, and this generative AI application will send the matching answers and this question to the large language model. Now the large language model is returning the answer back to the user. Okay. Same thing you can see in every picture. Suppose in this case also, this is another representation. As you see, here we have our content, which will split into small chunks, okay, and convert into vector storage or vector format and store into a vector database. Now, whenever the user asks a question, this application is searching, means that's called a semantic search. It makes a semantic search inside the database, returns the contextual data. That contextual data is sent to the LLM, and LLM is going to return the response back. So any picture you see, that is the same concept. This is also going to give the same. So in the indexing process, that storing into the vector database is called indexing. So the documents are converted into chunks. Chunks means small pieces. That small pieces is converted into vector format using the embeddings model, and that numeric vector is stored inside the database. So this is a database. We store and index the data. Now, whenever the user makes a query, the embeddings model convert the question or query into vector and makes a search inside the vector database. And that search result will be appended with the query. You can see the query and the context will be generating the prompt, and that is sent to the LLM, and LLM is generating the response based on the prompt. Okay. So now inside our application, how we can, or inside our AI Foundry, how I can do that or how I can test that. Let's try this with the AI search service. So AI search we can use as a vector storage. So this vector storage can be AI search. So typically, if you use some frameworks, we have to do all these process manually. But if you are doing or if you are trying with the Azure AI Foundry, we can do this with a less code or no code. Okay. So let me first show you what I'm trying to implement. So understand that I have a travel agency called Marquis Travels. So Marquis Travels is a travel agency. They are providing various services like flight booking, accommodation, transfers, visa, currency exchange, and excursions. So these are the services they provide. And they are providing the services in various cities like Dubai, Las Vegas, London, New York, San Francisco, etc. And these are the CEO, CTO, CFO of the Margis Travel Company. Okay. This is the general information about the Margis Travels. What are the services they offer, in which of the cities they offer the service, and who are there in the Margis Travels. Now, in each city, Margis Travel is offering some accommodations with some specific hotels. For example, if you are a Margis Travel customer and you want to travel to Dubai, when you go to Dubai, you can stay in some hotels which is having tie-up with the Margis Travels. So you will get some additional discount. Okay. Or if you go to London, you will get some extra discount if you stay in that selected hotels. So in every city, Margis Travel is offering some hotels. For example, if you go to Dubai, see some information about the Dubai in this PDF. And these are the three hotels we have in Dubai. So if you go to Creek Hotel or Deira or Lost City, you will get additional discount if you are a Margis Travel customer. Okay. So Margis Travel offers following accommodation options in Dubai. Similarly, if you go to Las Vegas, you can see the Volcano Hotel, Fountain Hotel, and the Canal Hotel. Or if you go to London, you will see Buckingham City Hotel and the Kensington Hotel. So these are the some information about the London also you can see here, but these are the accommodation options in London. So similarly, in New York also, we can see a couple of hotels, right? So now if I am creating a chatbot for the Margis Travels customers, suppose if I am a Margis Travel customer and I am planning to travel to Dubai. Okay, so let me ask Margis Travels assistant, okay, that I want to travel to Dubai. From which of the city or which of the hotels I can get the accommodation or which of the hotels I can select. So let me ask this question. So I am traveling to Dubai. Which or which of the hotels I can choose for accommodation? So now if I ask this question, you can see our GPT model. I have currently selected this GPT model. This GPT model is providing lots of hotels information. But understand, these answers are generated from the pre-trained knowledge. And these are the hotels available in Dubai. But these hotels are not used or not provided by Margis Travel. If you go to Dubai, can you see only these three hotels we need, or we want only these three hotels information to be displayed here. But unfortunately, if you see in this, you can see lot of other hotels, which means this answer is a ungrounded answer. It is not based on my information. This is not based on the Margis Travels data information. This is these answers are generated from the pre-trained knowledge. So I can simply say, as a Margis customer, this is an incorrect answer. Correct, right? So what I need is I want I want my application needs to use the RAG to connect with the Margis documents and provide the actual information. So for that, here inside this portal, we have an option to connect with the custom data. Can you see here? Add your data, which means here you can add your own custom data. You can select. So I have my data inside the PDF. So I will choose the option upload files because I have my data available in my local system. So I can upload the files and generate the data into an AI search using these uploaded files. So I can go with this upload files. I have selected upload files option. Now I have to select the subscription blob storage because I need a blob storage for storing the files. So I'll select this storage and I need a AI search service for converting and storing the vector data. But unfortunately, I don't have a search service, so I can create a new search service. So let me go and create a search service. So let me give the name as Margis RAG search. Now this I'm going to create in East US2. Pricing tier, let me go with the basic. So do not select the free. I select minimum basic and then review and create. So I'm creating a search service. So search service is a data mining service which can store the data and provide the search functionality also. Yeah, it's created. So now I'll come back to the uh, Foundry and refresh. And I can see my search service here, Margis RAG search. And I need to provide an index name because the data is stored in a index. So I can say Margis index. Okay. Now I have to specify vector search. Okay. Unfortunately, I think I have not created any vector embeddings model. That's why this is not enabled. Okay. Let me cancel this. I'll go back and deploy the deployments here. So let me go and deploy embeddings model also. So because I don't have an embeddings model, so let me go and deploy an embeddings model. I'll select this embeddings model from OpenAI. I'll keep this name, it's okay. Because embeddings model is required to do the vector conversion. Okay, it's deployed. Now I can come back to playground. Here, add your custom data. I'll just follow the same step. Upload files, select the storage, AI search, I can select. Now index name, I can say Marquis index. And then here I can now you can see the vector search option is enabled because the vector model is available. So now from here, which vector model is selected? Next. Now I have to upload the files. So I'll select the files, PDF files to upload. These are the PDF files which I can upload. Upload. You can see all files uploaded. Next. So we have to chunk the data, means split the data. If the text content is too big, we have to split the data into small chunks. That is, I'm using 1024 chunks size. Next, authentication to the storage is API key. Save and close. Now you can see it is creating the index. So indexing will take a minute or maybe 30 seconds to extract the data. Means it is going to extract the data from the PDF and store as a vector data inside the AI search. Now you can see the index is ready. And now I'm going to ask the same question which I have previously asked. Now I want to verify whether it will provide some other hotels information or the hotels which are provided by Margis Travels only. So I need to ask the same question. You can see I'm traveling to Dubai. Which of the hotels I can choose for accommodation? So when I search or when I make a request, you can see now the GPT model is providing only three hotels options. And you can see it is saying you can choose the following accommodation options in Dubai offered by Margis Travel. And you can see now this answer is relevant and accurate, right? So these are the three hotels offered by Margis Travels in Dubai city. And also this information is generated based on which PDF this one. Similarly, I can ask another question. I can say, who is the CEO? I'm not even asking which companies. I'm just asking who is the CEO. Okay. So if it is simply says the CEO of Margis Travel, it is understanding we are talking about which company because our index, our index is completely about the Margis Travel. So all the informations or all the answers are now generated based on this data only. It do not use the pre-trained knowledge because here I can also specify like limit the responses to your data content, which means do not use the pre-trained knowledge. All the answers need to be generated based on our data content only, right? So that means whenever I ask a question, it is going to generate all the answers from that PDF data only. You can see Margis Travel Company info.pdf. So from this PDF only, it is generated this answer. So I can say which of the services are offered by Margis Travels. We can see it's simply giving the answer like flights, accommodation, transfers, visa, currency exchange, excursions, right? So these are the informations I have showed you there. So now you can see the answers are generated based on my custom data. Without writing a single line of code, I'm able to implement this one. Now, if you have to implement this in your application, you can simply copy paste this code. So you can see here, there is a sample code in Python or C# or whatever language you prefer. So sample code is provided. You just need to copy this code into your application, or you can open this directly from VS Code and run this. So this is using the Azure search as a data source. Means all the answers are now generated based on the Azure search database. Okay. So this is the benefit of implementing the RAG. Okay. So because a RAG is capable to provide you the custom data source based information. So instead of providing the answers from the pre-trained knowledge, it is now able to generate the answers based on the custom data source. I hope this is clear to everyone. So inside our chat playground, we have used a custom data source, and also sample code is available to implement this inside your application. You just need to copy paste this code as it is. Okay, so in our chat GPT kind of applications, you I have not trained the models there. I have not used customization. So they are actually providing built-in models. So whenever you ask a question, it will use the pre-trained knowledge to generate the answer. But if the answer is not found, it will use the tools like agents to connect to the internet and search and find the answer. For example, you can see this is cloud.ai, same like ChatGPT. You can see here, whenever I ask a question, if the answer is not, or if the answer cannot be generated from the pre-trained knowledge, it is going to connect to the internet and search and find the answer. For example, if I say, what is the weather in New Delhi? So I am asking for a real-time data. You can see current weather. So I'm asking the current weather. Okay. So when I ask this question, this cannot answer the question based on the pre-trained knowledge, because pre-trained knowledge is an outdated data. It cannot provide the real-time data. But you can see this, this is same like ChatGPT. It is providing the answer correctly. Okay, you can see this is the current temperature in New Delhi. But what it did is, it is using some agent to do a web search. Can you see it is searching on the website, and different website is searched and got the answer. And that answer, the answer is summarized and displayed here. But this tool we can disable. For example, I don't want my uh, AI application to use web search tool. So for that, here we can see web search is a built-in tool which is enabled. I can disable this. Now, after disabling this, if I go and ask the same question, let me clear this chat. Okay, web search is disabled, and I'm going to ask the same question. Can you see? I don't have access to the real-time data. It simply says, okay, it's a knowledge is only up to January 2025. Means it's a last knowledge cutoff date is this one. Means if something is happened after this date, it cannot answer. Okay, so it cannot provide the real-time data. So it is using a RAG kind of approach, but instead of doing a vector search, it will use the web search. Okay, so it will search and find the relevant information from internet, and then provide that information to the LLM, and now the LLM is generating the answer for that. Okay, I think ChatGPT also should provide a similar tools. Can you see search the web option is there? Okay, so you can enable that tools here. So there are multiple tools available. But I don't know whether it is enable disable option available. Suppose let me ask a question. What is the current weather? It's directly searching on internet and provide the answer. You can see it is doing an internet search. I think this tool is pre-configured. There's no option to disable this. Yeah, chat GPT capability, web search is provided. Let me try this. Still provided. So this is something different. But anyway, so these tools are used to, tools means the agents, or they are used to connect to some external data source, get the real-time data, and using that data, we are augmenting the result. Okay, so as I show, when we connect or when we ask a question, it will connect to the internet and search the answer. And based on that internet website data, it will generate the answer. So there is also a RAG kind of implementation, but it is not searching on a database. It is searching on internet or some other sources using a tool. So here in cloud.ai, you can see there is a tool called a web search. So similarly, it is possible for us to create our own custom tools also. You can also build your own custom tools. It is called MCP, Model Context Protocol. You can use to integrate custom tools and all. But that is a completely different topic altogether. So that is the RAG approach. So I hope the RAG concept is clear to everyone. So most of the organizations, when they build the virtual assistants, they will use a RAG concept to provide custom data as a grounding data, because we want the chat assistant to answer the questions based on our organization data. So we can vectorize and store our organization's data inside a vector database and generate the answers based on that. Okay. So implementing RAG in AI Foundry is very, very simple. As you see, I have just uploaded a couple of PDF files and created an AI search. Yeah, AI search is extracting the data from the PDF and storing in a vector format. Whenever I make a request, it a search inside the uh, AI search service and returns the relevant information. This is how I have showed you. So we will be using the OpenAI as a model provider. Like two models we have used, embeddings model as well as the chat model. And AI search is used as a vector data storage. So that's it in this module. So in generative AI, which is the first module, we have seen what is generative AI, what are the different options we have in Azure, and how we can create and deploy the models in Azure AI Foundry. And finally, we also checked the RAG implementation. So there are some labs associated with this. Suppose if you have to do a lab on that. So this is the lab. This is a self-paced lab. If you have the Azure account, you can follow the instructions on this and implement this. So if you want, I can share this link with you. Okay, Shubham's question. It is using web search, then I guess there is. So it's not a complete agentic AI. The agentic AI means you will be executing a workflow where it will automatically take a decision. So it's just a part of that, because here you are using a single tool. But in an agentic framework, based on our question, it will invoke the appropriate tool automatically, okay, and execute a lot of operations. But yes, this is also an agent-based operation only. Okay. inside the agents, we may use one or more tools, but it is typically used for the complex operation because in ChatGPT or the cloud.ai kind of tools, it's just a search operation, right? Because it's a responsibility is to generate the information. So if it's not available in the training data set, it needs to search on the internet. That's it. But to do complex operations, like for example, the order processing or email responses we have to generate. So based on the request, we have to execute subsequent operations automatically. Such cases, we will go for a complex agentic AI application workflows. But if you ask the web search tool is an agentic operation, yes, because it is automatically invoking the web search tool based on my question. Because whenever I ask a question which is something related to the real-time data, it is automatically identifying which tool to use and immediately in using that tool to get the relevant answer. It's a part of, or you can say it's a minor agentic AI implementation. Okay, so we have just completed the generative AI module, and I don't want to start with a new module now. So we will take a break for the lunch, and 1:50 we will continue our next session because if I start the new module, anyway, it is not going to finish in 10 minutes. So we will take a break now and we'll continue at 1:50 and we'll go to the next module. I hope it's fine for everyone. Okay, so let's go for the lunch break.